Welcome to Cozy Sleepy Tales, a place where soft stories guide you into deep, magical sleep. Take a slow breath, let the day fade away, and allow this cozy world of gentle fantasy to carry you into rest. Your story begins now. Night arrived in the forest with the gentle weight of a wool blanket being placed over tired shoulders. The sky, high and deep, was a tapestry of navy blue where small stars blinked slowly, as if they too were sleepy. The crescent moon hung low, almost touching the tops of the ancient trees, and its silver light spilled down through the branches like cold, luminous honey. The snow was falling, not in a hurry, not with force. Each flake descended slowly, spinning in the air like a tiny, tired dancer who only wishes to land and rest. The flakes were bluish in the moonlight, glowing softly as they touched the pine needles, the dark tree trunks, the ice-covered stones along the narrow path that wound through the forest. Everything was quiet in a deep, almost sacred way. The kind of silence that only exists when the whole world breathes slowly, when even the wind decides to pause and simply observe. The trees rose like gentle guardians, their branches heavy with snow, their long, soft shadows against the white ground. There was something comforting about those trees, something ancient and protective, like grandparents watching over you while you sleep. But there was also something different about this night, something that even the silence seemed to notice. Among the tree branches, hanging from thin chains of ancient silver, there were lanterns. Hundreds of them. Small spheres of blown glass, delicate as soap bubbles, but eternal as the stars. Inside each one, normally, burned a soft golden light, a flame that never consumed, only glowed, warming the forest with its gentle radiance. But tonight, many of them were dark. Darkness stretched in pockets through the forest, where before there had been only light. The darkened lanterns swayed slightly in the wind that was beginning to blow, making a very soft sound, like distant bells ringing in a dream. Their glass still gleamed a little, reflecting the moonlight, but inside they were empty, gray, sleeping a sleep too deep. In the center of the forest, where the trees were oldest and the paths narrowest, a lupine stopped and raised his muzzle to the sky. He was a creature of gentle magic, a spirit of the forest who walked on four paws but carried in his eyes an ancient, calm wisdom. His fur was white as fresh snow, but at the tips of the hairs there was a bluish glow, as if he himself were made of moonlight and ice. His eyes were golden, deep, and when he blinked, you could see small particles of light floating around his irises, like stardust captured in liquid amber. His name was Lorien, or perhaps he had no name, or perhaps he had many, given to him over the centuries by different creatures who had crossed his path. It didn't matter. What mattered was that he felt. And tonight, he felt that something was wrong. Lorien took another step forward, his paws sinking softly into the fluffy snow. Each step made a muffled sound, a comforting sound, like pillows being arranged. He stopped again, observing the darkened lanterns around him. There was a sadness in them, he noticed. Not a human sadness, loud and dramatic, but something more subtle. A kind of deep weariness, as if the lights themselves had decided to close their eyes and no longer knew how to open them. The wind blew again, even softer, carrying with it the scent of frozen pine, of frozen earth, of something ancient and forgotten. Lorien closed his eyes for a moment, letting the wind touch his face, letting the snowflakes land on his fur and melt slowly, transforming into small, bright droplets. He breathed deeply. The air was cold, but not uncomfortable. It was the kind of cold that awakens, that clears the lungs, that makes you feel alive in a gentle way. When he released the air, a small cloud of vapor formed before his muzzle and dissipated slowly, mixing with the thin mist that was beginning to rise from the ground. Above him, a lantern swayed. It was dark, but seemed to tremble slightly, as if trying to remember something. Lorien raised his head and observed it for a long time. There was no hurry. There was never hurry in the forest. Time here moved differently, like honey dripping from a wooden spoon, thick and golden and infinitely patient. He knew, in some deep and instinctive way, that these lanterns were not just objects. They were part of the forest. They were its breathing, its heartbeat. When they glowed, the forest felt safe, protected, embraced. And when they went dark, Lorien didn't finish the thought. He didn't need to. He could already feel the answer around him. The forest was quieter than the small creatures that normally ran between the trees were hidden. The night birds weren't singing. Even the snow seemed to fall with more hesitation, as if afraid to make too much noise. Further away, through the mist and the gently falling snow, he could see the faint glow of lights that still resisted. Some lanterns still burned, small points of pale gold against the bluish darkness. They seemed lonely, isolated, like stars that had lost their constellations. Lorien took a few more steps, following the narrow path he knew by heart. His movements were slow, deliberate, almost meditative. There was no reason to run. Running wouldn't bring the lights back. Only presence, only attention, only something he didn't yet fully understand. The path led him to a small clearing where 3 lanterns hung from a low branch. 2 were dark. The third still glowed, but its light was weak, pulsing irregularly like a candle about to go out. Lorien stopped before it and simply observed. The lantern trembled. Its glow dimmed a little more. And then something extraordinary happened. From the heart of the lantern, a voice. Not exactly a voice like humans use, but something similar. A whisper without words, a feeling translated into sound. It was sad. It was tired. It was alone. Lorien felt something tighten in his chest. A deep, ancient compassion, the kind that needs no explanation. He approached slowly, so slowly he barely seemed to be moving, and touched the base of the lantern with his muzzle. The light pulsed once, stronger. Then it wavered again. But it was enough. Because in that moment, Lorien understood. The lanterns weren't broken. They weren't dying. They were alone. And alone, they could no longer remember how to shine. He stepped back, looking around the silent forest, at the hundreds of darkened lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. And for the first time in a long while, Lorien felt something that could be called purpose. There had been a guardian of the lanterns long ago, someone who walked through the forest every night, offering presents, offering companionship. Someone who understood that some lights don't need fire, only witness. That guardian had disappeared. No one knew where. And since then, slowly, one by one, the lanterns had begun to fall asleep. Lorien breathed deeply again. The cold air filled his lungs. The snow continued falling. The trees continued watching. And somewhere deep inside him, a decision was made without words, without drama, only with the quietness that precedes all great beginnings. He looked at the weak lantern before him, then at the path stretching through the forest, then at the distant village where other lights from windows, from fireplaces, from candles, glowed faintly through the mist. And he began to walk, slowly, always slowly, because when the lanterns sleep, the forest also falls silent. And perhaps, just perhaps, someone needs to stay awake to witness the awakening. The path down from the forest was one Lorien had walked many times before, though never with this particular weight in his heart. It wasn't a heavy weight, not the kind that pulls you down. It was more like the weight of a promise beginning to form, soft and inevitable, like snow accumulating on a branch until the branch must finally acknowledge what it carries. The trees began to thin as he descended, their trunks spaced further apart, their branches reaching toward each other like old friends holding hands across a distance. Between them, he could see more lanterns. Some still glowed with that warm golden light, faithful and steady. But so many others hung dark and empty, their glass surfaces catching the moonlight but holding no light of their own. Lorien paused beside one of these dark lanterns. It swayed gently in the breeze, making that soft, bell-like sound. He stood very still, just breathing, just being present. The lantern didn't light, but it seemed somehow a little less alone. He continued walking, his paws leaving a trail of perfect prints in the fresh snow. The prints were deep and clear, each one a small testimony to his passage. Behind him, the forest watched. Ahead of him, the village waited. Winter Dawn Village. It had always been called that for as long as anyone could remember. Some said it was because the village seemed most beautiful at that liminal moment when winter night gives way to winter morning, when the sky turns from deep blue to pale rose, when the first light touches the snow and makes it sparkle like scattered diamonds. Others said it was because the village itself felt like a perpetual dawn, always gentle, always hopeful, always on the edge of something bright. As Lorien emerged from the tree line, the village spread out before him in a shallow valley. It was a small place, perhaps 50 buildings clustered together like friends seeking warmth. The houses were made of dark wood and white stone, their roofs heavy with snow, their windows glowing with soft amber light from within. Smoke rose from chimneys in lazy spirals, carrying the scent of burning pine and something sweeter, cinnamon perhaps, or honey bread baking in old ovens. The streets were narrow and winding, paved with smooth stones that had been worn by countless footsteps over countless years. Tonight, those streets were mostly empty. A few figures moved here and there, wrapped in heavy cloaks, walking slowly, their breath visible in the cold air. But something was different. Lorien could feel it even from this distance. The village, which should have been bright and welcoming, seemed dimmer than usual. Oh, the windows still glowed, the fires still burned. But there was a quality of light missing, a particular kind of radiance that had always made Winter Dawn feel safe and warm and protected. The lanterns. They hung from posts along every street, from the eaves of every building, from the branches of the old oak that stood in the village square. And like their cousins in the forest, so many of them were dark. Lorien began his descent into the valley, moving at that same unhurried pace. The snow was deeper here, undisturbed by wind, and his passage through it made a soft, shushing sound, rhythmic and soothing. Step, pause, step, pause, like a heartbeat, like breathing. As he entered the village proper, a few of the cloaked figures noticed him. They didn't startle. Magical creatures were not uncommon in Winter Dawn. The village had always existed on the border between the ordinary world and the realm of gentle enchantments. A fox made of starlight drinking from the well. A tree that hummed lullabies on quiet nights. An old woman whose shadow sometimes moved independently, tidying things while she slept. One figure, an elderly man with a beard like spun silver, nodded slowly to Lorien as they passed each other on the street. His eyes were kind but tired, worried. "The lights are sleeping," the old man said softly, not as a question but as a confirmation of what they both knew. Lorien paused, meeting the man's gaze. There was understanding there. The old man reached out slowly and rested his hand, just for a moment, on Lorien's head between his ears. The touch was warm, gentle. "We were wondering," the man continued, his voice barely above a whisper, "if perhaps the time had come. If perhaps someone would hear them calling." Lorien didn't speak. He couldn't, not in the way humans did. But he held the old man's gaze, and something passed between them. An acknowledgement, a beginning. The old man smiled, small and sad and hopeful all at once. The last guardian disappeared on a night very much like this one. 20 winters ago, maybe more. Walked into the forest and never returned. We thought perhaps the lanterns would tend themselves. They always had, you see, for so long. But lights. He paused, looking up at the dark lantern hanging above them. Lights need someone to notice them, don't they? The question hung in the cold air like a snowflake suspended in time. Lorien looked up at the dark lantern too. Yes, he thought. Yes, they do. The old man patted his head once more, then shuffled away down the street, his footsteps soft and slow. Lorien watched him go, watched him stop briefly beneath another dark lantern, reaching up as if to touch it but not quite able to reach. Then he disappeared around a corner, and Lorien was alone again. He continued through the village, observing everything with quiet attention. A mother stood in a doorway, a small child bundled in her arms, both of them looking up at the dark lanterns with expressions of gentle concern. Not fear, never fear. The people of Winter Dawn didn't frighten easily, but there was a sadness there, a sense of something beloved being lost. In the village square, beneath the great oak, a group of villagers had gathered. They stood in a loose circle, not speaking much, just being together. Some held candles, others held nothing, just stood with their hands folded, breathing the clouds of vapor into the night air. Lorien approached the edge of the circle and sat down in the snow, wrapping his tail around his paws. No one seemed surprised by his presence. One woman, middle-aged with laugh lines around her eyes, glanced at him and smiled faintly. "It's been gradual," she said, addressing him as naturally as if he were another villager. "At first, we didn't notice. One lantern dark, then 2, then 5. We thought perhaps they were just resting, that they'd wake again on their own. But..." She gestured to the tree above them, where a dozen lanterns hung from the lower branches. Only 3 still glowed. "They're fading," a younger man added, his voice soft and sad, like they're forgetting how to be bright. Another voice, an old woman leaning on a wooden cane. The guardian would have known what to do. They always did. Every night, walking through the village, through the forest, just being with them. That's all it took. Just presence. "Do you think," the first woman asked, and her voice was very quiet now, almost afraid to hope, "do you think the lanterns might choose another guardian? Or is that something only humans can be?" Lorien felt all their eyes on him then. Not demanding, not expecting, just wondering. Hoping, perhaps, in that careful way people hope when they've been disappointed before. He stood slowly, shaking the snow from his fur. The small cascade of white sparkled in the dim light. He looked around at the gathered faces, at the dark lanterns hanging above them, at the village he had known for so long but never quite belonged to in this way. And he felt it again. That weight, that promise forming. He didn't know if he was the one the lanterns would choose. He didn't know if it worked that way at all. But he knew he could try. He knew he could walk. He knew he could be present. Sometimes that's all anyone can offer. Sometimes it's enough. He turned away from the circle, away from the square, toward the path that led back up into the forest. But before he left, he looked back once more at the villagers, at their hopeful, tired faces. The old woman with the cane nodded to him very slowly. "Go gently," she said. "The lights are sleeping, but they're not gone. Not yet." Lorien held her gaze for a long moment. Then he began to walk, back toward the forest, back toward the dark lanterns swaying in the wind. Behind him, he heard someone whisper. Perhaps the forest sent him. And another voice, softer still. Or perhaps he sent himself. The snow continued to fall. The village continued to glow, dimmer than it should be, but not dark. Not yet, and above, the moon watched everything with its ancient, patient eye. In the distance, through the trees at the forest's edge, Lorien could see more dark lanterns. Dozens, hundreds, all waiting, all sleeping, all alone. He took a deep breath, feeling the cold air fill his lungs, and continued walking. One step, then another, slow and steady and purposeful. Because when the lights are sleeping, someone must stay awake. And perhaps, just perhaps, that someone is him. The path back into the forest was ancient. So ancient that even the oldest trees couldn't remember when it had first been walked. Perhaps it had always been there, waiting beneath the soil and snow, waiting for feet or paws to find it and follow it deeper into the quiet heart of the woods. Lorien walked slowly, so slowly that each step felt like a meditation, a prayer without words. His right front paw lifted, moved forward through the cold air, descended into the soft snow. Then his left, then his right again. A rhythm, steady, peaceful. The kind of rhythm that makes eyelids heavy, that makes breathing slow. The snow beneath his paws made almost no sound. Just a gentle compression, a soft whisper of cold crystals settling under weight. Like the forest itself was breathing, matching his pace, falling into the same slow meditation. Above him, the branches of the trees were so heavy with snow that they drooped low, creating a tunnel of darkness and shadow pierced only by occasional shafts of moonlight. The moonbeams fell through the canopy in silver pillars, illuminating floating motes of snow that drifted down, 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 in no hurry to reach the ground. Lorien paused, lifting his muzzle to watch the snow fall. Each flake was unique, intricate, perfect. They spiraled as they descended, catching the light, releasing it, catching it again. Some landed on his nose, cold and delicate, melting instantly into tiny droplets of water that he could feel but barely notice. He breathed in, cold air, sharp and clean, filling his lungs completely. He breathed out, warm vapor dissipating into the night, becoming part of the mist that was rising from the forest floor. He began walking again. The path curved gently to the left, following the natural contours of the land. On either side, the trees stood like silent witnesses, their trunks dark and rough, their bark textured with age and weather. Some trunks were thick enough that it would take 4 people holding hands to encircle them. Others were thinner, younger, but no less patient, no less still. And everywhere, hanging from branches both high and low, were the lanterns. They swayed in a breeze so gentle it could barely be felt. The chains that held them made tiny sounds. Clink, clink, clink. Soft as wind chimes in a distant room. Most of the lanterns were dark now. Their glass spheres caught the moonlight and reflected it back, creating small points of silver radiance, but the golden light that should have glowed from within was absent. Lorien stopped beside one lantern that hung at shoulder height. It was dark, its interior gray and empty. He stood very still, just looking at it, just being present with it. The lantern swayed slightly, as if acknowledging his presence. Inside the glass, he could see something. Not light, not yet, but the faintest hint of luminescence, like embers buried deep in ash, still holding warmth, still holding the memory of fire. He reached up with his paw, very gently, and touched the base of the lantern. The glass was cold, cold as the night, cold as winter itself. But there, just there, he felt something. A tremor, a pulse. So faint it might have been his imagination. Might have been. The luminescence inside flickered. Once, twice, then faded again. But Lorien had felt it. The lantern was not dead. It was sleeping, and in its sleep, it dreamed of light. He lowered his paw and continued walking, following the path as it wound deeper into the forest. His shadow, cast by the moon, stretched out long and thin beside him. A companion made of darkness that moved when he moved, stopped when he stopped. The wind picked up slightly, just enough to make the trees creak softly, just enough to send small cascades of snow falling from overburdened branches. The snow fell in sheets, in curtains, in gentle waves, adding new layers to the deep blanket that covered everything. Lorien's breath came steady and even. In, out, in, out. Each exhale created a small cloud that hung in the air for a moment before dispersing. He watched these clouds form and fade, finding a kind of peace in the repetition, in the simple proof of his own existence in this cold, quiet place. The path descended slightly, leading into a shallow depression between 2 hills. Here, the snow was even deeper, undisturbed by wind, pristine and perfect. Lorien's passage left the only marks, a trail of paw prints that looked, in the moonlight, like a string of dark beads laid across white silk. More lanterns here, dozens of them, hanging at different heights, creating a kind of 3-dimensional constellation of dark glass and silver chains. They swayed together, moving in subtle unison, their chains singing softly. Clink, 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 clink. Lorien walked among them, weaving between the hanging lights like a thread moving through a loom. He looked at each one as he passed, acknowledged each one. Some were larger, some smaller. Some had ornate chains, others simple ones. But all were dark. All were waiting. And as he walked, he began to notice something. On the ground, partially covered by snow, were more lanterns, These had fallen or been placed at the base of trees along the sides of the path in small clearings. They lay on their sides or nestled in the snow, their chains coiled beside them like sleeping serpents made of silver. Lorien approached one of these fallen lanterns. It lay in a small drift of snow, half buried, its glass surface frosted with ice. He knelt down beside it, lowering himself slowly until he was lying in the snow, his head level with the lantern. He could see, within the glass, tiny particles. Not light exactly, but something like light. Fragments, sparks, as if the lantern's glow had shattered into 1,000 pieces and those pieces were now floating slowly in the interior space, unable to come together, unable to remember how to be whole. He breathed on the glass, very gently. His warm breath created a patch of condensation that spread across the surface, then slowly began to freeze again, creating delicate patterns of ice crystals, fern-like, fractal, beautiful. Inside the lantern, the floating particles moved, just slightly, responding to something, to his presence, perhaps, to the warmth of his breath, to the simple fact that someone was there, someone was noticing, someone was paying attention. The particles drifted toward each other, drawn by some invisible force. They touched, merged, created slightly larger sparks, still not enough to light the lantern, but more than there had been before. A gathering, a remembering. Lorien stayed there for a long time, lying in the snow, watching the particles move. There was no hurry. Time moved differently here in the forest, especially at night, especially in winter. A minute could feel like an hour. An hour could pass in what felt like a breath. The cold from the snow began to seep through his fur, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was grounding. It reminded him that he was here, that he was real, that this moment was real. Finally, he stood, shaking the snow from his coat. The cascade of white powder sparkled in the moonlight, each flake catching and releasing light as it fell. He looked down at the lantern once more. The particles inside had settled slightly, but they remained gathered together, not scattered as they had been before. Progress, small, gentle, but progress nonetheless. He continued along the path, and now he began to do something he hadn't done before. Wherever he found a fallen lantern, he would stop, kneel, breathe on the glass, wait, watch. And each time the same thing happened. The particles inside would move, would gather, would remember, just a little bit more, what it meant to be light. The path stretched on before him, winding through the trees, disappearing into darkness and mist and falling snow. Behind him, his trail of paw prints marked where he had been. Ahead, the forest waited, patient and deep and full of sleeping lights. Lorien walked on, one step, then another, slow, steady, present. The wind whispered through the trees, a sound like breathing, like sleeping, like dreaming. The snow continued to fall, soft and endless and gentle. The moon continued to watch, ancient and patient and kind. And the lanterns, one by one, began, just barely began, to remember. The path eventually led Lorien downward, following a gentle slope that descended through groves of silver birch trees. Their white bark glowed in the moonlight, making them look like columns of captured moonbeams, pale and luminous against the darker evergreens that surrounded them. The wind moved through their bare branches, creating a sound like distant voices whispering secrets too soft to understand. Lorien's paws found purchase on the snowy slope easily, his movements still slow, still deliberate. There was a quality to his walking now, a kind of sacred intention. Each step was an offering. Each pause was a prayer. He was beginning to understand something about the work of a guardian. It was not about speed or efficiency. It was about presence, about witness, about the simple, profound act of being there. As he descended, he began to hear a new sound, or rather, the absence of a sound he expected. Water. In the warmer months, this slope would echo with the music of running water. The Silver Thread River that wound through the heart of the forest, connecting the high mountain springs to the lowland lakes beyond Winter Dawn Village. Lorien had walked beside it countless times, had drunk from its clear, cold waters, had watched it sparkle in summer sunlight like a ribbon of liquid stars. But now, in the depth of winter, the river was silent. The trees opened before him, and the riverbed came into view. It was frozen solid, completely, utterly frozen. The river stretched out before him, perhaps 20 feet across at its widest point, its surface a sheet of ice so thick and so clear that it looked like polished glass. In the moonlight, it glowed with an eerie blue-white radiance, beautiful and strange, and somehow sad. Lorien approached the bank slowly, his paws crunching through the crusted snow until he reached the very edge where earth met ice. He stopped there, looking out across the frozen expanse. The ice was not smooth. Its surface was textured with patterns, swirls and whirls, and long cracks that spread like veins across its face. In some places, bubbles were trapped beneath the surface, perfect spheres of air frozen in time, suspended forever in their attempt to rise. In other places, the ice was so clear that he could see through to the riverbed below. Smooth stones, sleeping water plants, the dark shapes of logs that had settled into the silt. But what drew his attention most were the reflections, or rather, what should have been reflections. During warmer months, the Silver Thread River had earned its name by reflecting everything around it with perfect clarity. The trees, the sky, the lanterns that hung from branches overhanging the water, all of them would appear in the river's surface, creating a mirror world beneath the real one. The lanterns especially had been beautiful in the water, their golden light doubling, multiplying, making the river look like a flow of liquid amber. But now, with the river frozen and so many lanterns dark, the ice reflected only darkness and shadow. The trees appeared in its surface as black silhouettes. The moon was there, distorted and pale, and the lanterns, dozens of them hanging from the trees that lined both banks, appeared as empty circles, hollow and gray. Lorien stepped carefully onto the ice. His weight made it creak softly, a deep sound that resonated through the frozen water and echoed off the banks. But the ice held. It was thick enough to support him easily. He walked out toward the center of the frozen river, his claws clicking softly on the hard surface. The clicking echoed, creating a rhythm. Click, pause, click, pause, click, pause. Like a clock ticking in an empty room, like a heartbeat in the silence. When he reached the middle, he stopped and stood very still. The ice beneath him was so clear here that he could see straight down through it. The water, frozen mid-flow, held patterns of movement, swirls that showed where currents had been, waves that had stopped in the act of rising. It was like looking at a moment captured and held, like looking at time itself turned solid. And there, deep within the ice, he saw something else. Light. Not much. Just the faintest hint of glow, deep down, imprisoned within the frozen water. It pulsed slowly, irregularly, like a heartbeat that's forgetting its rhythm. The light was golden, the same golden hue as the lanterns, but it was faint, so faint it might have been his imagination. Lorien lowered himself to the ice, lying down flat, pressing his belly against the cold surface. The chill seeped through his fur immediately, sharp and biting, but he ignored it. He needed to see. He needed to understand. He pressed his face close to the ice, his breath creating small patches of fog that froze almost instantly into delicate frost patterns. Through the ice, he could see the light more clearly now. There were actually many lights down there, dozens, perhaps hundreds of them. Small golden sparks trapped within the frozen water, suspended like stars in a sea of glass. They were moving, slowly, so slowly, drifting in whatever tiny spaces of liquid water still remained deep within the ice. They floated past each other, separate, isolated, unable to touch, unable to gather. And Lorien understood. When the river had frozen, it had captured something. The reflected light from the lanterns, that golden glow that had made the water look like liquid amber, had somehow become trapped within the ice itself. The reflections had become real, had become substance, and now they were imprisoned, unable to return to their sources. The lanterns couldn't fully shine because part of their light was here, locked in ice, dreaming of flow and movement and freedom. Lorien lifted one paw and placed it flat against the ice, directly over one of the drifting lights. The cold burned against his pad, but he kept his paw there, steady and still. Beneath his touch, the light moved. It drifted upward, drawn toward his warmth, toward his presence. It came closer, closer, until it was pressed against the underside of the ice, directly beneath his paw. The ice began to change. Very slowly, almost imperceptibly, a small section directly under his paw started to become less solid. Not melting exactly, more like softening, becoming more like water again. The light within seemed to grow slightly brighter, pulsing with more regularity now, responding to the possibility of freedom. Lorien held his paw there, breathing slowly, feeling the cold penetrate deeper and deeper into his pad. It hurt. The cold always hurt when you held it too close for too long. But he didn't move. Not yet. Other lights began to drift toward his paw, attracted by whatever was happening, by the change occurring in the ice. They gathered beneath him, a small constellation of golden sparks, all pulsing together now, all waiting. The softening spread. The ice beneath his paw was now more like slush, granular and wet. The lights within it grew brighter still, their golden glow intensifying. And then, with a sound like a very soft breath being released, the first light broke free. It emerged from the slush, rose through it like a tiny star being born, and hovered just above the ice surface. It was barely bigger than a snowflake, but it glowed with pure golden radiance, warm and bright and alive. For a moment, it simply floated there, as if surprised by its own freedom. Then, slowly, it began to drift upward, rising into the cold night air. Lorien lifted his head to watch it. A small light rose past his muzzle, past his ears, up into the space between the frozen river and the overhanging branches. It moved with purpose now, drawn by something invisible but undeniable. There was a dark lantern hanging from a branch directly above where Lorien lay. The little light drifted toward it, moving faster now, urgent, called home. It reached the lantern and, without hesitation, passed through the glass as if the solid surface didn't exist. Inside the lantern, the light settled. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, very slowly, the lantern began to glow. Faintly at first, just a whisper of illumination, but growing, strengthening, becoming more certain. Within seconds, the lantern was shining with its full radiance. Warm, golden light that spilled out in all directions, casting shadows, creating a circle of warmth in the cold night. Lorien felt something expand in his chest. Not quite joy. Something quieter than that. Something like rightness. Like witnessing a thing return to where it belonged. He looked down at the ice again. More lights were gathering beneath him now, dozens of them, all drifting upward toward the softening patch his warmth had created. He shifted position, moving slowly across the ice, placing his paws in different locations, creating new points of warmth, new opportunities for release. One by one, the lights broke free. They emerged like tiny stars, like golden seeds sprouting from frozen ground, and each one rose into the air and found its way home to a waiting lantern. The work was slow, meditative. Each light required time, patience, warmth. But Lorien didn't hurry. He moved across the ice in a kind of dance, graceful and deliberate. His body heat creating pools of softness, his presence drawing the trapped lights upward. The river began to glow from within as more and more lights became active, agitated, eager to be free. The ice took on a golden luminescence, beautiful and strange, as if the river itself had transformed into a pathway of light. Above, the lanterns began to wake. 1, then 3, then 7, then more. Their combined glow pushed back the darkness, cast warm light across the snow-covered banks, made the icicles hanging from branches glitter like strings of diamonds. Lorien worked until his paws ached from the cold, until his fur was damp with melted ice, until the moon had moved perceptibly across the sky. And when he finally stopped, breathing heavily, his breath coming in clouds of vapor, he looked around and saw what he had accomplished. Perhaps 50 lanterns now glowed along the riverbanks. 50 points of warm golden light where before there had been only darkness. The frozen river beneath them reflected this light, and even though the water was still solid, still trapped, the reflections now showed beauty instead of emptiness. But there were still more lights trapped deep in the ice. Hundreds more. Too many for one night, for one lupine, for one warm body to free. Lorien understood. This was not a task that would be completed quickly. It would take many nights, many visits, patient, steady work. He stepped off the ice, back onto the snowy bank, and shook himself vigorously. Water droplets flew from his fur, sparkling in the lantern light before falling like tiny crystals into the snow. He looked back at the river one more time, at the lights still trapped deep within, at the newly lit lanterns glowing warm above. "I'll return," he said softly, the first words he had spoken aloud all night. His voice was quiet, gentle, but it carried across the ice. "I'll come back, I promise." The lanterns flickered slightly as if in acknowledgement. And, deep in the ice, the remaining lights pulsed once, as if to say, "We'll be waiting." The path away from the frozen river led upward again, winding through a part of the forest Lorien had visited less frequently. Here, the trees were different, older, stranger, shaped by centuries of wind and weather into forms that seemed almost deliberate, almost conscious. Some trunks twisted in spirals. Others split and rejoined, creating arches and doorways through which the wind could pass, singing soft notes that changed with the season. The snow was thinner here, held back by the dense canopy of evergreen boughs overhead. What snow did fall created delicate patterns on the forest floor, outlining roots and stones and fallen branches in white tracery, like lace laid over dark fabric. Lorien walked slowly, as always, his paws finding their way along the path without conscious thought. His body was tired now, a good tiredness, the kind that comes from meaningful work. His pads were still cold from the ice, and occasionally he would stop to lick them, his warm tongue soothing the ache. The lanterns here were different too. Older. Their glass was thicker, their metal frames more ornate, decorated with patterns of leaves and stars and creatures Lorien didn't recognize. Most were dark, but a few still glowed with that faithful golden light, and these created pools of warmth in the cold night air that felt almost tangible, almost like you could reach out and touch the light itself. As he walked, the forest began to change in a way that was hard to describe. The trees didn't look different exactly, but they felt different, more aware, more present, as if they were paying closer attention to his passage. And then, ahead, between two massive oak trees whose trunks had grown so close together they almost touched, Lorien saw something that made him stop. Light, but not from a lantern. This light was softer, more diffuse. It came from beyond the oaks, filtering through the narrow space between their trunks like dawn light seeping under a door. It was pale gold mixed with white, and it seemed to pulse very gently, like breathing. Lorien approached the oak trees slowly. As he drew closer, he could see that what had seemed like a narrow gap was actually wider than it appeared, an optical illusion created by the angle and the light. The space between the trunks was easily wide enough for him to pass through. He paused at the threshold, looking through into the space beyond, and his breath caught. It was a library, not a building exactly, more like a library that had grown from the forest itself. Or perhaps the forest had grown around a library that had always been there, embracing it, protecting it, becoming one with it. The space was circular, perhaps 50 feet across, ringed by trees that stood like pillars in a cathedral. Their trunks were smooth and pale, and they rose straight up before branching out high overhead, their canopy so dense that no snow fell within this space at all. But it was what filled the space that took Lorien's breath away. Books, hundreds of them, thousands. They floated in the air at various heights, suspended by no visible force, arranged in loose spirals and clusters and constellations. Some were large, leather-bound tomes that looked ancient beyond measure. Others were smaller, simpler, their covers worn smooth by countless readings. They drifted slowly through the air, rotating gently, pages occasionally turning on their own with soft whispers of paper against paper. And above them all, providing the light that Lorien had seen from outside, were candles. Not ordinary candles. These floated too, suspended in the air like stars, their flames burning steady and still despite the complete absence of any holders or bases. There were dozens of them, arranged at different heights, and their combined glow created a light that was warm and welcoming and somehow wise. Lorien stepped through the gap between the oak trees and into the library. The air here was different, warmer, but not from heat, more from presence, from the accumulated wisdom of centuries, perhaps, from words and thoughts and knowledge held so long in one place that they had become almost tangible. The floor was covered not with snow but with moss, thick, soft, emerald green even in winter. It felt wonderful beneath Lorien's paws, cushioning and gentle after so much walking on ice and hard-packed snow. He moved forward slowly, looking around in wonder. As he passed beneath the floating books, some of them drifted lower, as if curious about him. One large tome, bound in midnight blue leather with silver clasps, descended until it hovered at eye level. The book opened. Its pages turned on their own, rustling softly, moving from beginning toward middle, searching for something. Finally, the turning stopped. The book hung in the air before Lorien, open to a spread of 2 pages covered in elegant handwriting interspersed with delicate illustrations. Lorien couldn't read in the way humans did, but he understood. The library was showing him something, offering knowledge. He looked at the pages, and as he did, the words began to not speak exactly, but to communicate. Images formed in his mind, accompanied by feelings, by understanding that bypassed language entirely. The left page showed an illustration of lanterns, hundreds of them, all glowing brightly. Beneath them, small figures, humans, animals, magical creatures, all going about their lives, safe and warm in the lantern's light. The right page showed the same scene, but different. The lanterns were dark. The figures below looked lost, confused, cold. And standing among them, barely visible, was a shadow. The absence of something, the shape of someone no longer there. More images, a figure walking through the forest, touching lanterns, and where they touched, light bloomed. The figure was indistinct, sometimes human, sometimes not, sometimes both, sometimes neither. What mattered wasn't what they were, but what they did. They witnessed, they accompanied, they offered presence, and the lanterns, feeling that presence, remembered how to shine. But the guardian, for that's what the figure was, Lorien understood now, had disappeared. Walked into the forest one winter night and simply didn't return. The book didn't show why. Perhaps there was no why. Perhaps some stories end in the middle of sentences. And without the guardian, slowly, the lanterns had begun to forget. Not all at once, one at a time. Each choosing sleep over wakefulness, silence over song, darkness over light. The book's pages turned again, this time to a spread that was mostly blank. Just a few lines of text at the top, and below, empty space waiting to be filled. The text said, or rather communicated, "The lanterns do not need fire. They need witness. They need someone to remember them, so they can remember themselves." Below this, in the empty space, an image began to form. Faint at first, like frost patterns growing on glass. It showed a lupine with white fur and golden eyes, standing in a snowy forest, surrounded by glowing lanterns. It showed him. Lorien stared at the image taking shape on the previously blank page. The library was writing his story even as he lived it, recording his choice, his decision to stay awake while the lights were sleeping. The book closed gently and floated upward, returning to its place among the constellation of knowledge. But as it rose, other books descended, one by one, each opening to show him different things. One showed maps of the forest, with small marks indicating where clusters of lanterns hung. Some areas were densely populated with lights, others had only a few. The map would help him know where to walk, where to direct his presence. Another book showed the cycle of seasons, illustrated with exquisite watercolors. It showed how the lantern's light changed through the year, brighter in winter when darkness lasted longer, softer in summer when the days stretched late into evening, but always present, always needed. A third book showed different kinds of lanterns, their history, their making, their purposes. Some were very old, forged in workshops that no longer existed. Others were newer, created by village craftspeople using ancient techniques. But all shared the same essential nature. They were not mere objects. They were living things in their own way, made of light and memory and the need to be seen. Lorien walked slowly through the library, and the books descended and opened for him one after another, teaching him, preparing him, offering him the knowledge that previous guardians had accumulated over centuries. He learned that some lanterns held memories, specific moments frozen in their light. A child's laughter, a first snowfall, an act of kindness. These lanterns were especially fragile, because if they went dark, the memories might fade too. He learned that the lanterns were connected, part of a vast network of light that spread not just through this forest but beyond, to other forests, other villages, other places where darkness needed to be gently held at bay. He learned that being a guardian wasn't about preventing all darkness. Darkness had its place, its purpose, its own beauty. It was about maintaining balance, about ensuring that those who needed light could find it, about offering companionship to illumination itself. Time moved strangely in the library. Lorien couldn't have said if he'd been there for minutes or hours. The candles floating above never guttered, never shortened. Their light remained steady and warm. Finally, when it seemed he had learned all that the library wanted to teach him tonight, the books stopped descending. They floated peacefully in their spirals and clusters, pages closed, waiting for the next seeker of knowledge. Lorien stood in the center of the mossy floor, surrounded by wisdom, surrounded by light. He felt different than when he'd entered. Not physically changed, but internally rearranged. Like pieces of himself had been gently shifted, aligned, prepared for the work ahead. He looked up at the floating candles, at their steady, unwavering flames. They seemed, somehow, to be watching him, approving, welcoming. "Thank you," he said softly. His voice sounded small in the vast quiet of the library, but it also sounded right, appropriate, true. The candles flickered once in unison like a nod. Lorien turned toward the gap between the oak trees, the exit back into the wider forest. But before he left, he looked back once more at the floating books, at the candlelight, at this impossible, beautiful place where knowledge lived and breathed. One final book descended, very small, very old. It opened to a single page. On that page was a single sentence. "The light's companion walks not in daylight, but chooses the night watch, and this choice, freely made, is what makes the darkness bearable." The book closed and rose, disappearing among its fellows. Lorien walked toward the exit, his paws silent on the soft moss. As he passed between the oak trees and back into the snowy forest beyond, he heard, very faintly, the sound of pages turning. The library was already writing the next chapter of his story. The story of the guardian who returned. Above him, a dark lantern hung from a branch. Lorien paused beneath it, looking up. He didn't touch it, didn't do anything except stand there, present, attentive. The lantern trembled slightly, and then slowly, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, a tiny point of light appeared in its center. Just a spark, just a beginning, but a beginning nonetheless. Lorien smiled, or did whatever the lupine equivalent of smiling was, and continued walking. The path ahead led toward the village again, down through the forest, toward warmth and company and the next part of his journey. Behind him, the library glowed gently in its clearing, keeping its vigil, holding its wisdom, waiting for the next seeker who would need its knowledge. And above, the newly awakening lantern grew just a little bit brighter. The path descended once more, winding its way through thinner groves of pine and aspen, their branches creating lace-like shadows across the snow in the moonlight. Lorien could feel the change in the air as he walked, a subtle shift from the deep, ancient quiet of the high forest to something more inhabited, more welcoming. The scent reached him first. Wood smoke, cinnamon, something baking, bread, perhaps, or sweet pastries. And beneath it all, the warm smell of people gathered together, of conversation and laughter, and life continuing despite the cold. His stomach rumbled softly. He hadn't eaten since... when? Before he'd started walking, before he'd noticed the lanterns sleeping. Time had become fluid, unmeasured, and with it had gone the rhythms of hunger and rest. But now, smelling food, his body remembered its needs. The trees opened before him, and Winterdawn Village spread out below once more. But his path didn't lead to the village proper. Instead, it curved to the left, following a smaller trail that led to a building he knew well, a place that existed somehow both within the village and separate from it, a liminal space where forest met civilization. The Frozen Ring Tavern. It was a low, sprawling building made of dark timber and river stones, its roof thick with snow, its windows glowing with warm amber light. Smoke rose from 3 chimneys, carrying with it the scents that had drawn him here. The building seemed to hunker down into the landscape, as if it had grown from the ground rather than been built upon it. Around the tavern, forming a perfect circle in the snow, was a ring of standing stones. They were ancient, far older than the tavern, older than the village, possibly older than the forest itself. Each stone was perhaps twice the height of a human, rough and weathered, covered in patches of ice that glowed blue in the moonlight. The ring gave the place its name, though no one remembered anymore who had placed the stones, or why, or what they had originally been meant to guard. Now they simply marked the boundary, the threshold, the place where one kind of world ended and another began. Lorien approached the ring slowly. As he passed between 2 of the stones, he felt the familiar tingle of transition. Not magic, exactly, but something close. A shifting. Within the ring of stones, certain rules applied. Creatures of all kinds were welcome here. Words spoken within were protected. Arguments begun outside had to be left at the threshold. And, most importantly, no one went hungry or cold while the hearth fires burned. The tavern's door was wide and heavy, made of oak banded with iron. As Lorien approached, it swung open on its own. Another small enchantment, one so old and so embedded in the place that no one even noticed it anymore. Warmth billowed out, along with light and sound and the rich scent of food. Lorien stepped through the doorway, and the door swung closed behind him with a soft, final thump. Inside, the tavern was exactly as he remembered. Low-ceilinged, with massive beams of dark wood overhead, from which hung bundles of dried herbs, copper pots, and, yes, lanterns. These ones were glowing, their light mixing with the light from the stone fireplace that dominated one wall, creating a warm, golden atmosphere that felt like being embraced. The floor was slate, worn smooth by countless feet and paws and other appendages. Scattered throughout the space were tables and chairs of various sizes, mismatched but somehow harmonious, arranged in loose clusters that encouraged conversation. And the patrons. Lorien stood just inside the door for a moment, observing. As always, the Frozen Ring hosted an eclectic gathering. At one table, 3 elderly women sat playing cards, their faces deeply lined with age, their eyes bright with concentration. At another, a young couple shared a bowl of stew, speaking in whispers, their hands intertwined. But there were others too, beings who were not quite human or not human at all. A tall figure cloaked in gray, whose face was hidden in shadow but whose hands, resting on the table, seemed to be made of twisted wood. A small creature that might have been a very large mouse or a very small bear, sitting on a cushioned stool and drinking something steaming from a thimble-sized cup. Near the fire, what appeared to be a woman made entirely of snow sat without melting, her form crisp and perfect, her eyes like chips of ice that somehow conveyed warmth. This was normal for the Frozen Ring. Within the circle of stones, within these walls, all were welcome. All were equal. All were for the duration of their stay, simply travelers seeking warmth and rest. A voice called out from behind the bar. A long counter of polished wood that ran along the back wall, lined with bottles and jars and containers of things both ordinary and strange. "Lorien, by the old stones, it's good to see you." The voice belonged to Margaret, the tavern keeper. She was a woman of indeterminate age. She could have been 40 or 80, and somehow seemed both at once. Her hair was silver white, pulled back in a long braid. Her face was kind, creased with laugh lines. Her hands, as she moved about behind the bar, were strong and capable. But her eyes held something else, something ancient, something that suggested she had been keeping this tavern, or something like it, for far longer than any human lifetime should allow. Lorien made his way between the tables, nodding to the patrons who glanced his way. No one seemed surprised to see a lupine walking through a tavern. This was the Frozen Ring. Stranger things happened here nightly. He reached the bar and sat, his haunches on the floor, his front paws resting on the brass rail that ran along the bar's base. Margaret leaned forward, resting her elbows on the counter, studying him with those ancient eyes. "You look tired," she said softly, "but also different, like you've been carrying something heavy, or perhaps like something heavy has been placed upon you." Lorien held her gaze. She understood. She always understood. "The lanterns," she said, not a question, but a confirmation. "You've noticed them sleeping?" He nodded slowly. Margaret straightened, already moving to prepare something. Her hands worked quickly, pulling down jars, spooning ingredients into a wide clay bowl. "I've been wondering when someone would hear them," she said, not looking at him as she worked. "They've been calling, you know. Not loudly, not desperately, but calling nonetheless, the way lonely things do." She poured hot water from a kettle that hung over a small flame at the end of the bar, stirring the mixture in the bowl. Steam rose, carrying scents of chamomile and honey and something else, something that had no name but smelled like starlight might, if starlight had a scent. She placed the bowl on the bar before him. "Drink," she said gently. "You've been walking in the cold for hours. You need warmth inside as well as outside." Lorien lowered his muzzle to the bowl and lapped at the liquid. It was perfect. Not too hot, not too cool, and it seemed to carry warmth directly into his chest, spreading outward through his limbs, soothing aches he hadn't fully noticed until they began to ease. As he drank, Margaret spoke, her voice quiet enough that only he could hear. "The last guardian was my friend," she said. "Old Brennan. He walked the forest every night for 40 years, tending the lanterns. Not with fire or oil or any physical thing, just with presence. He understood that some lights need witnesses more than they need fuel." She paused, pulling down a plate and placing on it thick slices of bread, a wedge of cheese, dried fruit. She set it beside the bowl. "Eat," she commanded gently. "The work of a guardian requires strength." Lorien looked up at her, questioning. She smiled, sad and knowing. "Oh yes, I see it. The light that's beginning to follow you, the way the lanterns in here burned a little brighter when you walked through the door. You've been chosen, or you've chosen yourself. It amounts to the same thing." From somewhere in her apron pocket, she pulled out a small object and placed it on the bar between them. It was a bell. Tiny, perhaps the size of a walnut, made of silver that had been polished until it gleamed like moonlight. A delicate chain was attached to its top, meant for hanging. "Brennan gave this to me before he left," Margaret said softly. "Told me to keep it safe. Said that when the next guardian appeared, I would know, and I should give it to them." She pushed the bell gently toward Lorien. "It's the bell of witness. Guardians have carried it for generations. When you walk with it, the lanterns know you. They recognize your purpose." Lorien looked at the bell, at its perfect craftsmanship, at the way it caught the light and seemed to hold it, to amplify it somehow. Very carefully, he picked it up in his mouth, the chain dangling to either side. The metal was cool against his tongue, and it tasted like winter and silver and promises kept across centuries. Margaret reached out and touched his head gently, her fingers resting between his ears. "The work will be long," she said quietly. "Some nights you'll free many lights. Other nights, only one or two. And some nights you'll simply walk among them, offering nothing but your presence, and that will be enough." She paused, her hand still resting on his head. "You'll grow tired. You'll wonder if it matters, if one lupine can make a difference against so much darkness. But here's what Brennan taught me, and what I'll teach you. Every light that wakes is a victory. Every moment of presence is significant. The work of a guardian isn't measured in grand achievements. It's measured in small, faithful gestures repeated endlessly." Lorien set the bell down carefully on the bar and continued eating, the food warming him from inside, giving him strength. Around them, the tavern continued its gentle rhythms. Conversations murmured. The fire crackled. Someone laughed softly at a story being told. When he had finished eating and drinking, Lorien picked up the bell again. Margit fastened the chain around his neck, adjusting it until the bell hung just right, resting against his chest where its soft weight was comfortable, present, but not burdensome. "There," she said, stepping back to look at him. "Now you look like what you are, a guardian of the snow lanterns." The bell chimed softly as Lorien moved, a clear, pure note that seemed to resonate longer than physics should allow. The sound filled the tavern for a moment, and every patron, human and otherwise, looked up. They didn't speak, but in their eyes was recognition, acknowledgement, perhaps even gratitude. Margit walked him to the door, opening it to reveal the night beyond, still dark, still cold, but somehow less forbidding now. "When you need rest, truly need it, come back here," she said. "The frozen ring is always open, the fire always burns, and there will always be food for those who tend the lights." Lorien stepped out into the cold, the bell chiming softly with his movement. He looked back once. Margit stood in the doorway, backlit by the warm glow from inside, and she raised one hand in farewell. "Walk gently," she called. "The lights are waiting." The door closed, and Lorien was alone again beneath the stars. But not truly alone. The bell rested against his chest, warm from the tavern's heat, its presence a reminder of purpose, of continuity, of a tradition that stretched back through time. He looked up at the nearest lantern, hanging from a post outside the tavern. It was glowing, but dimly, as if tired. As he watched, and as the bell chimed softly with his breathing, the lantern's light grew stronger. Just a little, just enough. Lorien turned away from the village, back toward the forest, back toward the dark and the cold and the hundreds of sleeping lights that needed him. The bell sang softly with each step. And ahead, barely visible through the trees, he thought he could see lanterns beginning to pulse, to brighten, responding to his approach. The night was long, the work was far from over, but he was ready. The path leading away from the frozen ring began to climb almost immediately. Not steeply, but persistently, winding upward through the forest in long, lazy switchbacks that made the ascent gentle enough for steady progress, but steep enough that Lorien could feel it in his legs, in his breathing, in the way his muscles worked with each step. The bell chimed softly with his movement, a rhythm that matched his gait. Step, chime, step, chime, step, chime. The sound was peaceful, meditative, and it seemed to travel further than it should, echoing softly off tree trunks, bouncing between branches, announcing his presence to the sleeping forest. And the forest noticed. As Lorien climbed higher, he began to see changes. Small ones at first. A lantern that had been completely dark when he passed beneath it earlier now held a tiny spark deep in its center. Another, which had been barely glowing, now shone with more conviction. The lights were responding to something, perhaps to the bell, perhaps to his continued presence, perhaps to the simple fact that someone was still walking, still witnessing, still refusing to let the darkness be complete. The trees here were different from those lower down, taller, more sparse. Their trunks were thicker, more gnarled, shaped by the harsher winds that blew at this elevation. Snow clung to them in different patterns, not the soft, gentle accumulation of the lower forest, but wind-sculpted formations, some smooth as glass, others rippled like frozen waves. The path grew narrower. On his left, the mountain rose in a steep slope, covered with snow-laden pines. On his right, the ground fell away more sharply, offering glimpses through the trees of the valley below, where Winter Dawn Village lay like a small collection of glowing embers in the vast darkness. Lorien paused at one of these viewpoints, looking down at the village he was leaving behind. From here, he could see the pattern of lights, windows, hearth fires, and yes, lanterns. The ones that still glowed formed a loose network through the village streets, but there were gaps now, spaces where darkness had settled. The pattern was incomplete, like a constellation with missing stars. He turned back to the ascending path and continued climbing. The lanterns along this route were older. He could tell by their construction, glass thicker and slightly irregular, frames made of metals that showed green patinas of age, chains that had developed a slight tarnish that made them look less like silver and more like moonlight frozen into physical form, and every single one was dark. Lorien stopped beneath the first one he encountered on this high path. It hung from a branch that extended over the trail, swaying slightly in a wind that was picking up as he climbed higher. He sat down in the snow, looking up at it, just being present. The bell chimed softly as he settled, its clear note hanging in the cold air. The lantern swayed. Inside its glass sphere, nothing stirred. No spark, no fragment of light, just emptiness and shadow. Lorien waited. He had learned from the library's books, from the river's trapped lights, from simple experience, that patience was essential. Lights couldn't be rushed. They had to remember themselves in their own time. The wind blew, cold and sharp at this altitude. It carried ice crystals that stung slightly when they hit his face, his ears. But Lorien didn't move. He stayed sitting, staying present, breathing slowly, the bell chiming faintly with each breath. Minutes passed. How many, he couldn't say. Time had ceased to have its usual meaning. There was only now, only this moment, only this lantern and this presence and this waiting. And then, so faint he almost missed it, a flicker. Deep within the lantern's glass in the very center, something moved. Not light yet, more like the memory of light, the ghost of illumination. But it was there. Lorien's ears perked forward. He leaned in slightly, not too close, not invading, just interested, attentive. The flicker came again, stronger this time. And then, very slowly, a tiny point of golden light appeared. It was barely larger than a grain of sand, but it was real. It was there. The light pulsed once, weakly, then again, a little stronger. Each pulse seemed to take enormous effort, like a heart learning to beat after forgetting the rhythm. Lorien stood slowly, carefully, not wanting to disturb whatever fragile awakening was happening. The bell chimed with his movement, and at the sound, the tiny light pulsed more strongly. It liked the bell. It responded to it. Lorien began to walk forward, continuing up the path. Behind him, he heard the softest sound, like a very quiet sigh of relief. He glanced back. The lantern was glowing now. Not brightly, not like it once had, but glowing. A soft, gentle light that pushed back a small circle of darkness. One lantern. One small victory. He continued climbing. The next lantern he reached hung lower, at eye level, from a twisted pine that grew at an angle from the slope. This one was larger than most. Its glass sphere perhaps the size of a human head, its frame elaborate, decorated with cast metal leaves and acorns. Lorien approached it, the bell chiming steadily. He brought his face close to the glass and breathed on it, just as he had done with the fallen lanterns near the river. His warm breath created a patch of condensation that spread and froze into delicate frost patterns. Inside the lantern, a response. Faster this time, more certain. Fragments of light began to gather, drawn by his presence, by the bell's song, by the simple fact of being noticed. The fragments swirled together, merging, growing, becoming something more than the sum of their parts. The lantern began to glow. The light started small, then expanded, filling the entire glass sphere, spilling out into the night, casting Lorien's shadow long and dark against the snow behind him. He felt warmth on his face. Actual, physical warmth from the lantern's light. It shouldn't have been possible. The light didn't burn, had no fuel, existed through some mechanism that transcended physical fire. But somehow it was warm, comforting, like standing near a friend. 2 lanterns now. Lorien climbed higher, and with each lantern he passed, the same thing happened. His presence, his patience, the bell's clear chiming. Together they created the conditions for remembering, for awakening, for light to recall what it was and what it did. Some lanterns woke quickly, their lights springing to life almost as soon as he approached. Others required more time, more waiting, more patient witness. But all of them eventually remembered. The path grew steeper. Lorien's breathing became slightly labored, his paws working harder to find purchase on snow that was now deeper, less disturbed by previous travel. He was climbing into a part of the mountain that few visited, especially in winter. But the lanterns were here too, faithful, waiting, sleeping, but not dead. As he climbed, the wind grew stronger, singing through the trees with a voice that was both mournful and beautiful. It carried on it the scent of snow and pine and something else, something sharp and clean and impossibly cold. The smell of high altitude, of thin air, of places where the earth reached up toward the sky. The trees began to thin. Lorien found himself climbing through increasingly open areas where the forest gave way to exposed rock and deep snowdrifts. The lanterns here were spaced further apart, lonely sentinels marking a path that few followed anymore. Each one he brought back to light felt like an act of rescue, like finding something lost and helping it find its way home. The bell chimed. The lights awakened. Step by step, lantern by lantern, the path behind him grew brighter while the path ahead remained dark. And then, finally, the path leveled out. Lorien emerged from the last stand of trees onto a broad, flat area. A plateau or ridge, covered in deep snow that glowed blue-white in the moonlight. This was Aurora's Watch. He knew it from stories, though he had never climbed this high before. It was called that because on clear nights, when conditions were right, the northern lights could be seen from here, dancing across the sky in ribbons of green and violet and rose. But tonight there were no auroras, just stars. Countless stars, more than he had ever seen, spread across the sky like diamonds scattered on black velvet. At this altitude, they seemed close enough to touch, bright enough to cast faint shadows. And across the plateau, forming a rough circle, hung lanterns. Dozens of them. Perhaps 100 or more. All suspended from tall poles that had been driven into the rock and snow, creating a ring of potential light around the open space. All of them dark. Lorien stood at the edge of the plateau, looking at the field of sleeping lights before him. His breath came in visible clouds. The wind pulled at his fur, making the bell chime more frequently, its clear notes scattering across the open space. This, he understood, was the test. Not a test of strength or skill, but of commitment, of patience, of the willingness to offer presence even when the work seemed overwhelming, when the darkness seemed too complete, when it would be so easy to turn back down the mountain and rest. He looked up at the stars one more time, at their cold, distant beauty. Then he looked back at the dark lanterns waiting before him, and he took his first step onto the plateau, into the circle of sleeping lights. The bell chimed, and somewhere, in one of those dark lanterns, something began to stir. The snow on the plateau was pristine, untouched by any footsteps but his own. It was deep here, deeper than anywhere else he had walked tonight. With each step, Lorien sank past his ankles, sometimes nearly to his knees, the cold powder enveloping his legs before compressing beneath his weight. The going was slow, slower even than his usual deliberate pace. But that was right, somehow. Appropriate. This place demanded slowness, required it. To rush through here would be to miss the point entirely. The bell chimed with each laborious step, its clear notes the only sound besides the wind and the soft compression of snow. The sound seemed to expand in the open space, to fill it, to make the plateau feel less empty despite the darkness. Lorien moved toward the center of the circle of lanterns, leaving a trail of deep prints behind him. The snow crystals caught the starlight, glittering faintly, turning his path into a line of silver white that glowed softly against the deeper blue of the undisturbed snow around it. As he walked, he looked at the lanterns surrounding him. They were all unique, he noticed. No two exactly alike. Some were small and simple. Others were large and ornate. Some hung from tall poles that rose 10 feet or more above the snow. Others were suspended from shorter posts, hanging just above the ground. But all were dark, completely, utterly dark. And there was something about the quality of their darkness that was different from the lanterns lower on the mountain. These weren't just sleeping. They were abandoned, forgotten, left alone for so long that they had almost forgotten they were meant to hold light at all. Lorien reached the center of the plateau and stopped. Here, the snow was slightly less deep. Perhaps the wind swept it away from this central point, or perhaps the ground beneath was slightly higher. He turned in a slow circle, looking at all the lanterns surrounding him, at the vast field of dormant light. There was a sadness here, profound and ancient. It pressed against him like the cold, seeping into his bones, making his heart feel heavy in his chest. These lanterns had been alone for too long. Whatever guardian had tended them had been gone for years, decades perhaps. And in that absence, in that prolonged solitude, the lights had simply given up. Not all at once, one by one, each finally succumbing to the weight of being unseen, unremembered, unnecessary. Lorien sat down in the snow. The cold immediately began to seep through his fur, but he ignored it. He needed to think, to feel, to understand what this place required of him. The bell rested against his chest, its metal cold now, no longer carrying warmth from the tavern. He could feel its weight, its presence, its purpose. 1 lupine, 100 lanterns, perhaps more. How could he wake them all? How could his presence, however faithful, however patient, be enough for so many? The wind gusted across the plateau, sending small spirals of snow dancing through the air. The lanterns swayed on their poles, their chains making that soft bell-like sound. Clink, clink, clink. But inside the glass spheres, nothing moved, nothing stirred. Lorien closed his eyes. His breathing slowed, deepened. He let himself simply be present, not trying to do anything, not trying to fix anything, just existing in this place with these forgotten lights. And as he sat there, breathing slowly, the bell chiming faintly with each breath, something began to change. It started as a feeling more than anything physical, a sense of connection, as if invisible threads were extending from his chest, from the bell, reaching outward toward the lanterns, not forcing, not demanding, just touching, acknowledging, saying, "I see you. You are not alone anymore." Lorien kept his eyes closed, kept breathing steadily. The wind continued to blow. The cold continued to press against him, and the feeling of connection grew stronger, more tangible. He became aware, somehow, of each individual lantern, not seeing them with his eyes, but sensing them, feeling their separate presences, their individual loneliness, their collective despair. They were tired, so tired, tired of darkness, tired of emptiness, tired of waiting for something that never came. And Lorien understood, in that moment, what he needed to do. He couldn't wake them through action. He couldn't touch each one individually, breathe on each glass sphere, offer presence to each in sequence. There were too many, and he was only one. But he could offer something else, something more fundamental. Companionship. Not to each light individually, but to all of them together. He could be lonely with them, tired with them, could acknowledge that sometimes the darkness is too much and the cold is too deep and waiting is too hard. He could simply stay. So he did. Lorien lay down in the snow, stretching out full length, his belly against the cold ground, his paws extended before him, his tail curled around his side. The position was vulnerable, exposed. He would get cold lying like this, very cold. But that was part of it, part of the offering. He pillowed his head on his paws and breathed slowly, steadily. The bell chimed with each breath, a soft rhythm. Inhale, exhale, chime. Inhale, exhale. The snow beneath him began to melt from his body heat, then refreeze, creating a shallow depression that slowly molded to his form. He felt himself sinking slightly, being embraced by the cold, white ground. Minutes passed. Many minutes. Lorien's breathing created small clouds of vapor that rose and dissipated, rose and dissipated. His eyes remained closed. He wasn't sleeping, not quite, but he wasn't fully awake either. He existed in that liminal space between waking and dreaming, present but peaceful, aware but restful. And around him, slowly, something began to happen. Inside the lanterns, deep in their glass centers, tiny points of light began to appear. Not all at once. One here, another there, then 3 more, then a dozen. They were responding. Not to action, but to presence. Not to effort, but to empathy. They felt him lying there in the snow, offering his own vulnerability, his own acknowledgement that the night is long and the darkness is real, and sometimes all we can do is witness each other's weariness. The lights grew. Slowly. So slowly it was almost imperceptible. Each one pulsing weakly at first, like a heart learning to beat again, like lungs remembering how to draw breath. Lorien felt it happening. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the change. The plateau was becoming less dark, less cold, less lonely. More lights awakened. The process accelerated as the first lights grew brighter, their glow encouraging others, creating a cascade of remembering. Light calling to light, illumination begetting illumination. The bell continued to chime with Lorian's breathing. The rhythm never changed. Steady, constant, reliable. A heartbeat in the darkness. A promise that someone was still there, still present, still witnessing. Warmth began to spread across the plateau. Not physical warmth. The air remained freezing, but something deeper. An emotional warmth. The warmth of no longer being alone, of being seen, of being remembered. Lorian opened his eyes slowly. The plateau was transformed. Where before there had been only darkness pierced by starlight, now there was a golden glow. Dozens of lanterns were lit now. Their light was still soft, still gentle. They weren't at full strength yet, but they were awake, alive, present. As he watched, more lights began to kindle. The glow spread across the circle like dawn breaking, slow and inevitable and beautiful. Each newly awakened lantern added its light to the collective glow, and that combined radiance helped wake others still sleeping. Lorian remained lying in the snow, watching the transformation. His body was cold now, truly cold, the kind of cold that seeps into bones and makes muscles ache. But he didn't move. Not yet. The work wasn't finished. The last lanterns were the hardest. They had been dark the longest, had descended deepest into forgetting. They needed more time, more patience, more witness. So Lorian gave it to them. He lay in the snow, the bell chiming with his breath, his golden eyes reflecting the growing light around him, and he simply stayed. One by one, the final lanterns remembered. Their lights were faint at first, barely visible even in the darkness. But they grew. Slowly, steadily, and then they grew. Finally, the last lantern, a small, simple sphere hanging from a pole at the far edge of the circle, flickered once, twice, and bloomed into gentle golden radiance. The plateau was alive with light. 100 points of warm illumination, all glowing together, all remembered, all witnessed. Lorian stood slowly, his legs stiff from the cold, and from lying still for so long. Snow clung to his fur, creating a white coating that made him look like a sculpture carved from winter itself. He shook himself, sending cascades of snow flying, sparkling in the lantern light like tiny stars. The bell chimed more loudly with his movement, and the sound seemed to resonate with the lights. They pulsed once, in unison, as if in acknowledgement, as if saying, "Thank you. Thank you for staying. Thank you for not leaving us alone." Lorian turned in a slow circle, looking at all the lights he had helped awaken. The plateau was beautiful now, a ring of golden radiance set like a crown on the mountaintop, visible for miles, declaring to the darkness that light had returned. His breath came in clouds. His body ached with cold and tiredness. But his heart felt full. Warm despite the freezing air. Light despite the darkness beyond the plateau's glow. He looked up at the stars one more time. They seemed brighter now, as if the lantern's light had somehow made the celestial lights more visible, more real. And then he looked down the mountain, toward the forest below, toward the village beyond, toward all the other lights, thousands of them, that still needed awakening, still needed presence, still needed witness. The work was far from over. This was just one place, one circle, one small victory against the vast darkness. But it was enough. For tonight, it was enough. Lorien began to walk toward the edge of the plateau, toward the path that would lead him back down. Behind him, the lanterns glowed steadily, faithfully, no longer alone. The bell chimed with each step, singing softly of presence and patience and the quiet power of simply staying when staying is needed most. The descent from Aurora's watch was easier than the climb, though Lorien's legs were tired and his paws ached with cold. The path before him was now lit by the lanterns he had awakened on his way up, golden pools of light marking the trail like breadcrumbs leading him home. But he didn't go home. Not yet. Something was pulling him. A gentle tug, like a thread attached to his heart, drawing him not down toward the village but sideways, off the main path, into a part of the forest he had never explored before. The bell chimed softly as he followed this invisible pull, leaving the illuminated path behind and pushing through deeper snow, between trees that grew closer together, their branches interlocking overhead to create a tunnel of darkness broken only by occasional shafts of moonlight. The pull grew stronger, more insistent, not urgent. Nothing about this night had been urgent, but clearer, more defined, as if whatever was calling him was finally certain he was listening. The trees opened suddenly, and Lorien found himself standing at the edge of another clearing. But this one was different from Aurora's watch, smaller, more intimate, and somehow more sacred. The clearing was circular, perhaps 30 feet across. The snow here was undisturbed, perfect, glowing blue-white in the moonlight. Around the perimeter, ancient stones stood like sentinels, not as tall as the ring around the Frozen Ring Tavern, but older somehow, weathered by uncounted centuries, covered in patches of luminous lichen that glowed faintly green in the darkness. And in the very center of the clearing, rising from the snow like a monument, was a single stone pedestal. It stood perhaps waist-high to a human, carved from dark granite, its surface etched with symbols that might have been writing or might have been purely decorative. Lorien couldn't tell, and it didn't matter. What mattered was what rested on top of the pedestal. A lantern, but not like any of the others he had seen tonight. This one was larger, the size of a human torso, and its glass was so thick and so clear that it seemed almost to not exist, as if the light it should contain would simply float freely in the air, held by nothing but intention. The frame was wrought from silver that had not tarnished despite what must have been centuries of exposure. It was worked into intricate patterns, spirals and knots and flowing lines that seemed to move when viewed from different angles, creating an optical illusion of motion within stillness. And it was completely, utterly dark. Lorien approached slowly, the bell chiming softly with each step. The snow beneath his paws seemed deeper here, more resistant, as if the clearing itself was testing his commitment, making him work for each step forward. When he reached the pedestal, he stopped and sat, looking up at the dark lantern. It hung from a chain so fine it was barely visible, attached to an arm of metal that extended from the pedestal's top. The lantern swayed very slightly in a breeze that Lorien couldn't feel, creating tiny sounds. Not the chinking of chains, but something softer, like the whisper of silk against silk. He waited, patient as always, present, attentive. Nothing happened. Minutes passed. The moon moved incrementally across the sky, The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient dance. The forest around the clearing was silent. No wind, no animal sounds, no creaking of branches. Just profound, deep quiet. Lorien remained sitting, his gaze fixed on the dark lantern. The bell against his chest continued its soft rhythm with his breathing, but even that seemed muted here, as if the clearing absorbed sound, held it, transformed it into something else. More time passed. How much, Lorien couldn't say. Time had lost all meaning. There was only now, only this moment, only this waiting. And then, finally, he understood. This lantern, this first lantern, this original light, wasn't sleepin' like the others. It wasn't forgotten. It was waiting. Waiting for something specific. Something it needed before it could remember how to shine. Lorien stood slowly. The bell chimed. He moved closer to the pedestal, close enough that he could have touched the stone with his muzzle. Close enough to see the symbols carved into its surface more clearly. They were lanterns. Hundreds of them, thousands perhaps, etched into the granite in intricate detail. Each one tiny but perfect, rendered with loving precision by some artist long dead. They covered every visible surface of the pedestal, creating a kind of map or catalog or celebration of light itself. And Lorien realized this was the first lantern, the source, the origin from which all the others had been patterned, inspired, created. When this one had shone, all the others had known how to shine, and when it had gone dark. He looked up at it again, at its perfect glass and ancient silver, at the darkness held within. "You've been alone the longest," he said softly, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Haven't you?" The lantern swayed slightly, as if in response. You watched your guardian leave. You waited for them to return. And when they didn't, when years passed and decades passed and still no one came, you chose darkness. Because what was the point of shining if no one was there to see? If no one remembered what you were for? The bell chimed softly. Lorien felt his throat tighten with emotion. Not sadness exactly, but something close. Empathy, recognition, the ache of understanding what it means to be forgotten. "I see you," he said, and his voice was steady now, clear. "I'm here, and I'm not leaving. Not tonight, not tomorrow, not until you remember." He lay down in the snow at the base of the pedestal, positioning himself so he could still see the lantern above him. The cold immediately began to seep into his body, but he ignored it. This was what it required. Presence, patience, witness without end. The bell rested against the snow, its chiming muted but still audible, still steady, still marking time with his breathing. And Lorien began to do something he hadn't done since he was very young, since before he had learned the careful solitude of being a creature of magic in a world that often forgot such creatures existed. He began to hum. Not a song, exactly. More like a vibration. A sustained note that rose from deep in his chest and emerged as a soft, resonant hum that filled the clearing. The note was low and warm and somehow both sad and hopeful at the same time. The sound seemed to resonate with the stones around the clearing. They picked up the vibration, amplified it, sent it back. The clearing became a kind of instrument, and Lorien's humming was the bow drawn across its strings. The lantern swayed more noticeably now, its chain creating harmonics that blended with his humming. The clearing was filling with sound, not loud, never loud, but present, enveloping, undeniable. And inside the first lantern, something began to move. It started so small that Lorien almost missed it. A single point of golden light, no larger than a grain of sand, appearing in the very center of the glass sphere. It hung there, trembling, as if uncertain whether it should exist at all. Lorien continued humming, his eyes fixed on that tiny point of light. The bell chimed with his breathing. The stones resonated. The forest held its breath. The point of light pulsed. Once, twice, each pulse slightly stronger than the last, and then slowly, so slowly it seemed to take forever, it began to grow. Not explosively, not dramatically, just gradually, steadily. Like dawn breaking over a landscape, like ice melting at winter's end, like a seed splitting open to reveal the green shoot within, the light expanded, filling more of the glass sphere. Its color was the purest gold Lorien had ever seen. Not yellow, not orange, but true gold, warm and rich and alive. As it grew, it began to pulse more regularly, finding a rhythm that matched the beating of a heart. Lorien's humming grew slightly louder, more confident. The light responded, growing faster now, feeding on the sound, on his presence, on the simple fact that after so many years of darkness and solitude, someone was finally here, finally witnessing, finally remembering what it was and what it meant. The light reached the edges of the glass sphere, and then, instead of stopping, it intensified. It grew brighter, more radiant, until the lantern was glowing with the most beautiful light Lorien had ever seen. It wasn't harsh or blinding. It was perfect, warm without burning, bright without overwhelming, present without demanding. The light spilled out from the lantern in waves, washing over the pedestal, over Lorien, over the entire clearing. Where it touched the snow, the white surface seemed to glow from within, as if absorbing the light and holding it. Where it touched the standing stones, the green lichen brightened, creating points of emerald radiance that complemented the gold. The clearing was transformed. What had been a dark, cold, forgotten place was now alive with warmth and light and beauty beyond description. Lorien stopped humming, letting the last note fade into silence. But the light didn't diminish. If anything, it grew slightly stronger, more stable, more certain of its right to exist. He stood slowly, snow cascading from his fur, and looked up at the first lantern. It shone like a small sun, like a captive star, like hope made visible. Its light reached up into the branches overhead, casting intricate shadows, creating patterns of brightness and darkness that danced gently in the slight breeze. And then something extraordinary happened. The light from the first lantern began to spread, not just illuminating the space around it, but somehow reaching out, extending beyond the physical boundaries of the clearing. Lorien could see it. Threads of golden light streaming out from the lantern in all directions, moving through the forest, connecting with other lanterns, carrying with them a message, a reminder, a reawakening. Throughout the forest, lanterns that had remained dark began to glow. Not all of them, not yet, but many. The light spread like ripples on a pond, like fire through dry grass, like memory returning to a mind that had forgotten. From where he stood, Lorien could see the forest beginning to brighten. Points of golden light appeared among the trees, on distant slopes, along paths he had yet to walk. The darkness was receding, pushed back by the gathering illumination. The first lantern pulsed once, strongly, and Lorien felt it. A wave of gratitude, of relief, of joy so pure it brought tears to his eyes. The lantern wasn't just light. It was alive. It was consciousness and memory and purpose given form. And it was awake. Lorien bowed his head, a gesture of respect, of acknowledgement, of shared victory. When he lifted his gaze again, the lantern seemed to shine even more brightly, as if in response. "You're welcome," he whispered. The bell chimed softly, and the light continued to grow. Lorien stood in the sacred clearing for a long while, simply watching as the light from the first lantern continued to spread through the forest. The golden threads reached further and further, touching lanterns he had already awakened and many he hadn't yet reached. It was as if the first lantern was doing what he had been doing all night, offering presence, offering witness, but on a scale he alone could never have achieved. The clearing itself had become a place of profound beauty. The light from the lantern transformed everything it touched. The snow sparkled like scattered diamonds. The ancient stones seemed to hum with contentment, their green lichen glowing softly, creating a complementary harmony with the golden radiance. Even the air itself seemed different, warmer, though the temperature hadn't changed, as if warmth could exist as an emotion rather than a physical property. Finally, when the spreading light had stabilized, when it seemed the first lantern had done all it could for this night, Lorien turned away from the clearing. The pull he had felt earlier was gone now, replaced by a different sensation. Not a pulling, but a gentle pushing, like a hand on his back, encouraging him forward, encouraging him home. He walked slowly through the forest, and everywhere he looked, he saw light. Lanterns glowed from branches overhead, from posts along the paths, from clearings he passed. Not all were lit. There were still pockets of darkness, still lanterns that needed individual attention, that needed his presence in the nights to come. But so many more were awake now than when he had begun. The forest felt different, less lonely, less abandoned. The lights created a network of warmth and illumination that made the darkness between them seem less absolute, less overwhelming. The shadows were still there. They would always be there. But now they were balanced by light, held in proper proportion, given their rightful place without being allowed to dominate. As Lorien descended toward the village, he could hear sounds returning to the forest. Small sounds, gentle sounds. The soft hoot of an owl in a distant tree. The rustle of some small creature moving through the underbrush. The creak of branches settling under their burden of snow. The forest was waking up, coming back to life, feeling safe enough to breathe again. The path led him past the frozen crystal river. He paused at the bank, looking out across the ice. The lanterns he had awakened earlier still glowed along both banks, their light reflecting in the frozen surface. But now, joined by the light from the first lantern's spreading radiance, more lanterns had lit. The river was becoming a pathway of light again, guiding travelers, offering safety, declaring that darkness was not absolute. Deep within the ice, he could still see the golden sparks trapped and waiting. There were fewer than before. Some had been freed by his earlier work, and more had been released by the awakening of the first lantern. But many remained, patient in their frozen prison, waiting for the spring thaw or for more nights of careful, patient work. "I'll return," Lorien said again, his voice soft but certain. "I'll come back." The trapped lights pulsed once, as if in acknowledgement. He continued walking, following the path as it wound down through the forest toward Winter Dawn Village. The trees here were familiar now. He had passed them earlier in the night, though it felt like days ago, like he had been walking forever. His body remembered the tiredness, the cold, the ache in his paws and legs. But his spirit felt light, buoyant, filled with something that might have been joy, or might have been peace, or might have been both at once. The village came into view as he rounded a bend in the path, and Lorien stopped, his breath catching in his throat. Winter dawn was glowing. Every lantern in the village, or nearly every lantern, was lit. They hung from eaves and doorposts, from the branches of the great oak in the square, from iron posts along every street. Their combined light pushed back the night, created a golden dome of radiance that made the village look like something from a dream, from a memory of how the world should be. People were emerging from their houses. Lorien could see them. Small figures wrapped in cloaks and shawls, stepping out into the streets, looking up at the lanterns with expressions of wonder and relief. Some were laughing, others were crying. Many simply stood in silence, witnessing the return of the light they had thought lost forever. In the village square, beneath the great oak, a crowd was gathering. Someone had started a fire in the central pit. Not a large fire, just a small one, its flames dancing cheerfully, adding its own orange glow to the golden radiance of the lanterns. People stood around it, warming their hands, speaking in soft voices, celebrating quietly, reverently. Lorien descended the final slope into the village. As he walked down the main street, people noticed him. They turned to watch him pass, and in their eyes he saw recognition, understanding, gratitude. An old woman stepped forward from her doorway as he passed. She didn't speak, but she bowed her head slightly, a gesture of respect. Lorien slowed, meeting her gaze. Her eyes were wet with tears, but she was smiling. A child broke away from his mother's side and ran toward Lorien, his small feet crunching in the snow. He stopped a few feet away, suddenly shy, but his face was bright with excitement. "You did it," the boy whispered. "You woke them up." Lorien sat down in the snow, bringing himself to the child's level. The bell chimed softly. The boy's eyes widened at the sound, and he reached out one small hand as if to touch the bell, then stopped, uncertain. Lorien leaned forward slightly, giving permission. The child's fingers brushed the silver surface, and the bell chimed. A clear, pure note that seemed to hang in the cold air like a visible thing. The boy laughed, delighted, and then ran back to his mother, who scooped him up, holding him close while nodding her own thanks to Lorien. He continued through the village, past houses where families stood in doorways, past the baker's shop where the scent of fresh bread wafted out into the cold air, past the well in the small square where 3 elderly men sat on a bench, watching him pass with knowing smiles. The great oak rose before him, its massive trunk solid and reassuring, its branches spreading wide overhead. The lanterns hanging from those branches created a canopy of light, beautiful beyond words. The fire in the central pit crackled cheerfully, and the people gathered around it parted slightly as Lorien approached, making room for him. And there, standing near the fire with her silver braid and ancient eyes, was Margit from the Frozen Ring Tavern. She smiled when she saw him, a smile that held no surprise, only warm acknowledgement. "Welcome back, Guardian," she said softly. The title settled over Lorien like the bell's chain around his neck. Not a burden, but a recognition of what he had become, what he had chosen to be. He walked to the fire and lay down beside it, feeling the warmth on his fur, feeling the cold in his bones beginning to ease. The bell rested against the snow, still chiming faintly with his breathing. The villagers didn't crowd him. They simply stood nearby, their presence a companionship that asked nothing, offered everything. They were bearing witness to him as he had borne witness to the lanterns, simply present, simply there, simply sharing space and time and this moment of quiet triumph. Margaret approached and knelt beside him, placing a bowl of warm broth within reach. "You did well," she said quietly. "The lights remember now. They know they're not alone." Lorien looked up at her, then at the lanterns overhead, then at the gathered villagers. The old man with the silver beard was there, tears streaming down his weathered face. The woman from earlier in the evening, still holding her child. The 3 card players from the tavern. So many others, all emerging from their homes to witness the return of the light. "It's not finished," Lorien said, his voice soft. "There are still lanterns sleeping, still lights that need awakening." "Yes," Margaret agreed. "But that's tomorrow's work, and the night after, and the night after that. The work of a guardian is never finished. It's simply continued." She stood, resting her hand briefly on his head. "Rest now. The lights can hold through the rest of this night, and when you wake, they'll still be here, still waiting, still ready for your presence." Lorien lowered his head to his paws, feeling exhaustion finally catching up with him. The fire was warm, the light was golden, the village was safe, and he was tired, so tired, but it was the good kind of tired, the earned kind, the kind that comes from work that matters. Around him, the villagers began to disperse slowly, returning to their homes, but not before each one took a moment to look up at the lanterns, to witness their light, to remember what had been lost and found again. The great oak's lanterns swayed gently in a breeze that was warmer now, almost spring-like, despite the snow and the cold and the deep winter that surrounded them. Their light cast moving shadows across the snow, creating patterns that seemed almost alive, almost dancing. Lorien's eyes grew heavy. The bells chiming slowed as his breathing deepened, became more regular, settled into the rhythm of approaching sleep. Through his half-closed eyes, he could see the lanterns glowing. Faithful, constant, remembered. Above, the stars continued their ancient wheel across the sky. The moon began its slow descent toward the horizon. And in the forest beyond the village, in clearings and along paths, beside frozen rivers and on mountain plateaus, hundreds of lanterns burned with gentle golden light. The darkness hadn't been defeated. It never could be. But it had been balanced, held in proper proportion, given its place without being allowed to overwhelm. And watching over it all, keeping vigil, bearing witness, was a lupine with white fur and golden eyes and a silver bell that chimed with every breath. The guardian of the snow lanterns, present, patient, faithful. As the first hints of dawn began to touch the eastern sky, not with brightness, but with the faintest suggestion of rose against deep blue, Lorien finally let himself sleep. His last waking thought was of light, of all the lanterns still waiting, of all the nights ahead, and of the promise he had made, and would keep making, night after night after night. "I see you. You are not alone. I will return." The bell chimed softly one last time as sleep claimed him, and the lanterns glowed on through the remainder of the night, faithful and bright and beautifully, perfectly awake.